Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name's Jason Newland, and please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Safely close your eye. This is Q&A Friday. Q&A Friday. It is Friday the 22nd of May 2026. It's 6:37 in the evening, although it's bright and light outside. Let you know my website is jasonnewland.com. We've got a YouTube channel and also upload on Instagram, X. Where else? Where else do I upload? Instagram, X, and the other one, TikTok. And I've got a Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group. So, before I do the questions, I'll just give you have a little update on what's been going on so far, because I can't remember the last time I made a recording. It was the 19th, which is Tuesday, so that's the last time I made a recording, was Tuesday. So a few things have happened in the last week, or this week. One is I went to the dentist on Monday. It was an emergency appointment, and they cleaned the wound, where the tooth had been, where the tooth used to live, and gave me some more antibiotics, and it just wasn't getting any better. It didn't seem to be getting any better at all. So yesterday, because I had an earache, jaw, it wasn't particularly pleasant. So I called them up and said, could I get an emergency appointment, because realising that it's bank holiday weekend, they'll be closed Saturday, Sunday and Monday, so the next appointment would be Tuesday, and I didn't know if I could wait that long based on how I was feeling yesterday, Thursday. Well, they gave me an appointment for 10:20 this morning. I had a fairly good night's sleep last night, and I took some painkillers at 6 in the morning. When I got to them at 10:20, my mouth wasn't really hurting that much, and it hasn't all day really hurt like a huge amount. There's part of the gum that hurts more than the actual where the tooth was, and so the dentist cleaned up the thing and put some more like cleaning antibiotic into it. That's already come out anyway, but as she was digging into it, it didn't really hurt that much. On Monday it was, it's like, oh. So that part is really healing, which is good news. I've got one more tablet left of the antibiotics to take, so it's done its job. But the healing process of my mouth, according to my dentist, is just taking quite a long time. And other than take painkillers, there's not a lot I can really do about it. It's just just the way it is. Whether it's to do with age, whether it's just to do with that part of my body, I don't know. We didn't have an in-depth conversation about anatomy, to be honest. But it's put my mind at ease now, because now I've had someone prodding where the tooth used to be, and I can feel that actually it's not that painful anymore there. It's just in the gum around it. And that also feels a lot less than what it did yesterday. So I guess tomorrow will feel less, and then Sunday and Monday, and I imagine in a week or so they'll pretty much just feel the same as the other side of my mouth. But I'm just amazed at how much of an adventure it's been. When I can't even remember, I'm losing track of how many times I've been to the dentist. I went originally to a different dentist, and that was about 6 weeks ago, I think. 6 weeks. I'll tell you exactly when it was, because so I had the medication. I went to dentist on the 14th, I think, of April. So it's 5 weeks now. So went to dentist 14th of April with a toothache. They said, yeah, you need to have the tooth out, but they only looked at one tooth, and it's going to be £350 or £500 depending on how difficult it is, and blah blah blah. And I said, thank you very much, I'll find a different dentist if I can, NHS. They gave me a prescription for antibiotics, and it did its trick. It got rid of the pain, got rid of the abscess or whatever, cavity abscess thing. Now, it did upset my stomach, which meant I couldn't visit my dad on his 80th birthday, because I literally couldn't leave the house. I didn't feel safe to leave the house because of my tum-tum. And then my next appointment I found a dentist that I could see, I think, anyway, I can't remember the exact dates, but I got an appointment with a new dentist, NHS one this time, which meant I didn't have to pay. And they gave me an examination. So I went there completely pain-free, completely fine. But I was told that I needed to get it out, otherwise it would come back. So I had an examination, had x-rays, all that stuff, and they said, yeah, you do need to have it removed. Also, you need 2 fillings. So I said, cool. If you go to the counter, we'll book an appointment. So I said, thanks. And they said, we can fit you in next week. And I thought, no, I'm not in a hurry. So I said, can we make it 2 weeks' time? And they said, okay. The reason being is because I just fancied the idea of it being I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I wasn't really in a hurry, because it wasn't causing me any problems, so I wasn't in a hurry to get it out, knowing that getting it out would be, not pleasant generally. So, but they said, the idea I had to have 2 fillings and an extraction all at the same time, but not at the same time. I mean, they did one each individually and stuff, but in the same period of time, the 40 minutes that I was there. So I booked it 2 weeks away. When it came to the week to going there, I went along. Again, still completely pain-free, felt fine, had all the treatment. It went okay. I I had a numb mouth, as you do. Like, didn't know if I was dribbling or not, talking. It was weird. I said to the nurse assistant, or the nurse assistant, the dental assistant, do I have anything on my chin or on my mouth before I go out in the public? And she said, no, it's fine. So then I actually went out, and they had a toilet, so I went to the toilet, looked in the mirror, and there was blood on my beard. It's like, why didn't you mention that? Maybe that's part of it. Just keeps the job, maybe makes the job a bit more fun, sending people out with weird things on their face. So I come home. I'm trying to keep track of. So this was last Wednesday. Look, was it Tuesday or Wednesday? I had the tooth out, and Tuesday I was like, and Friday I was still like, it was as much as what it was when I had it out. So I got an emergency appointment for the Monday, put me on medication. Then I went back again today. So I've lost track of how many times that is. This is 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 different dental appointments for one tooth, including the original dentist I went to. As 5 dental appointments in as many weeks, pretty much. So I hope that now it's done. Done. And the way it's feeling compared to the way it was yesterday, I'm kind of, and also having gone today, it put my mind at rest as well. So I'm glad. I'm feeling a bit more positive about that stuff. Another thing this week, I met up with a friend that I haven't seen for a while, and he's got a serious medical condition, and that was, I don't know, that was just really quite upsetting. When he told me about it on Monday, but I met up with him on Thursday yesterday. We had a coffee. Well, he had a coffee, and someone's bibbing. Why do people bib their horns continuously when they're in a car? Is it just impatience? Like, has bibbing a horn ever made something happen quicker? Has it changed time in some way? Does bibbing a horn ever calm a person down? Either the person in the car bibbing the horn, or the person that's having their horn bibbed at them. Does it improve either of their lives in any way? That's my question. I'm guessing no. There you go. So I'm still doing it. Bless them. Is that time of the year? I mean, it could just be a kid. I used to do that when I was a kid. I used to bib the horn. It's fun, isn't it? Yeah, so that's done. So I met my friend. That's an eye-opener. There's something about, I don't know. It put things into perspective in some ways, because everyone I'm around seems to have problems. I don't know if I just seem to attract that, or I just happen to be living in a place where there's a lot of people with problems. I think it may be a bit of both. And I do like to help people. I don't always succeed, and I mess up, being human and all that. But I do try. I mean, there was a time in my life when I never tried. I used to keep well away from people. That was when I was younger. I mean, really, before the age of 30, I'm not going to say I was selfish, but I was. But I didn't really get involved with people. Really. I mean, I had a couple of friends, but, we were all young and healthy, I guess, and there were no problems other than maybe relationship issues, and not having any money, and life being a bit crap. We're living in London, but there was no, I don't know, it's not like now. It's very different now, at this time in my life. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I think I was less caring back then. I kept myself to myself, focused on, comedy or whatever I was doing, whether it was watching the boxing or just getting through the week, really, sometimes. And then, early 2000s, I kind of, once I was about 32, 33, something changed. I think it was after I got ill, after I started having the panic attacks at 32, and dealt with that for like 2 years. It was like it felt like it was non-stop. I started to have a bit more compassion, I think, to other people who were also going through stuff, because I knew what it was like to have mood swings, but I just thought that was me. I didn't think there was a name for it. I thought that was just being Jason. I'm just a Jason. Are you doing a Jason, are you? Yeah, I'm doing a Jason. I think I became a bit more compassionate. Then I did the massage course. That kind of made me perhaps a bit more, I don't know. I got into holistic therapy. I wanted to help people. I tried to launch the free pain relief 2004. It didn't succeed, but I did some hypnosis with some people. Discovering hypnosis, I forgot about that. Discovering hypnosis, I didn't discover it, but discovering it for myself in 1997, that was kind of probably my journey towards helping people. Because I did start to think, I want to help people with this. But I didn't help anyone with it, really. Just a handful of people. But I didn't really do much with it other than just study it and just enjoy studying it and collecting books and stuff. So I suppose it was like 2006 was really 20 years ago when I started doing all this stuff, like audios and videos, when things really changed. Learning to meditate and stuff as well. Previous to that, in 2003 onwards, being around Buddhists, some of them are really lovely. Wanting to help people, and then becoming a counsellor, going through the counselling training. So I guess all that kind of led me to be where I am now. Not that I'm in a great place, but just generally I'm not as selfish as I used to be. And I'm pleased about that. And also all the therapy I've had. Blimey. I've had a bucket full of therapy, I really have. So that's helped. And I I had a recent thing, and okay, I did react and I did some weird things, but I didn't do anything too nutty, which was like, oh, that's a good thing. I've not destroyed all my recordings. I didn't, which I have done in the past, and it's like, okay, I'm growing. Eventually, I'm nearly 56. I'm starting to grow as a person, maybe, not just my belly. Blah blah blah. Get on with the Q&A Friday, monkey boy. Okay, right. Wow. Have a drink of water. So yeah, it's definitely been a week of 3 parts. So I had a friend who apparently I told someone else something that was personal about her or him, and they're upset, and I don't remember what it was. I didn't mean to do that, but the thing is, when you're supporting someone, like for example, when I was supporting my friend downstairs, I didn't have anyone to talk to about it. The whole time I didn't have anybody to talk to about it, to give me some kind of support, to help me to, I mean? I didn't have that. Wow, can you hear that? That's very loud. Actually, one of the windows are on the latch a bit. I hope the noise outside isn't too bad, but it's summer. I can't really avoid the squeaky sounds and stuff that are out there, I might actually try and if I close the window and pull the curtains over, that might do the job. So just close the windows up, pull the curtains. I hope that'll at least block some of the sound. Although this microphone doesn't pick up a huge amount of background sound, which is pretty good. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, so with the Uncle Sausages situation last year, I had someone to talk to about that. So it's just someone, sometimes it's nice to have someone that you can just not offload, or maybe offload, maybe just to talk to. But it's not gossip, it's just talking. But I think the mistake is, well, not the mistake, but I think what needs to be done in future, it needs to be someone that doesn't know that person, because then that can cause problems, and if they get chatting, then it might just come up like, wait a minute, he said what? And I think that's the mistake I made. Unless I said something online here, which I didn't mean to, but who knows? So yeah, I kind of lost a friend there. Genuinely, I wasn't gossiping. It's not that I never gossip, but I wasn't, because there's certain things that's not a gossipy situation. It was a serious situation, and it was difficult for me to deal with, so I had to talk to someone. More for me rather than for them, and also I was worried about them. So yeah, that was my mistake. But we learn. We try to learn. And that's the thing, I never had that before, because all my friends, before I moved here, all my friends, okay, apart from a tiny little period when I had a group of friends, we all worked together and lived together, that's different. Outside of that, most of my friends have never met each other. I just have very different friends. So I can phone up my friend, let's call her Bing Bong Bong. I can call her up and I can talk and say anything I want about Uncle Sausages, for example, like last year, and nobody is never going to get back to him. Whatever I say, however I'm feeling, I tell her how I'm feeling, it's never going to get back to him. Well, obviously it's not now, but because they don't know each other, they live different parts of the country or different parts of the world even sometimes, you know. So that used to be my rule, and I laxed a little bit, because when I moved here I made the effort to get to know people. I made the effort to be open, to be friendly, to be a friendly neighbour, because always in the past I knew that I'd be moving on. I'd be moving to a different address. I'd only be living there for a year or 2 or 3. I knew it was short term. When I moved in here, having waited for decades and decades to have my own place like this, I kind of started to think about settling, or maybe putting down roots. Maybe not roots. I'm not going to have a family or anything, but just, you know what I mean? Just being friendly to people. And I did that, and in some ways it's been nice. In some ways it's really, really backfired. So I think I wouldn't, if I was here, let's say 11 years now, I've been here, if I was still didn't talk to anybody and didn't know anyone to say hello to, then I think I'd feel quite lonely. But that's not the case. I do know the neighbours, not all of them, but I know a few of the neighbours, and I know a few dog walkers. So that, you know, without that, I think I'd feel different. It would, you know, that's a positive thing. Sometimes. Although, today, was it today? Was it today? It was today. Yeah, today I was walking through the town, and I was thinking to myself, because I was walking towards the dentist, and I thought, this is really nice, actually. So I'm walking down a road, it's very busy, that wasn't the nice part, but I didn't know anyone. Didn't have to say hello to anyone, didn't have to stop and chat, didn't have to pretend I was okay, you know, didn't have to put a mask on, none of that stuff. I could just be myself and just walk to where I was going. And that's how things used to be when I lived in London, or when I first moved to the town I lived in before here, or when I first moved here as well, into this town, or when I first moved into this area. It's, you know, I guess it's the same, isn't it? Don't know anyone. It's quite nice I quite like that. But I don't think I'd want it every day. I don't think I'd want it all the time. Yeah, it's just something I was thinking. I thought, this is quite nice. No one's going to shout my name. Not that I get that a lot, but, you know, I can just chill out and just walk to where I'm going. I went into the bookshop. So this is both, okay, I don't know. Right. So I go into the bookshop, it's Waterstones in town. And I just walked through it, because I thought, now I've got my reading glasses that I've not even taken out of the case yet. I've had them for a week. I want to get a book. I want to kind of I'm thinking of getting, I want to get a book, but I don't know what. I don't want to get anything heavy, just some light reading, maybe some, I don't know, philosophy or something. And I was just, I don't know where to start, because I haven't for a long time been much of a fiction reader. It's been very much, not just textbooks, but, about a specific subject, whether it's hypnosis or psychology or psychotherapy or Buddhism or philosophy or specific subjects like autism. I've just had they've all never really been storybooks. Although I have read fiction in the past, but less so for a long time. And there was a time in the 90s that I'd look in, there was a magazine called Time Out magazine that came out every Tuesday. And it had all the listings in London, whether it was theatres, cinemas, comedy clubs, you name it, had everything that was going on pretty much around London. And also reviews of shows, and there was also a book review every week. And quite often I'd go and buy that book, the one that they were recommending. So I did that for a few years. So I'm kind of looking around. I kind of wanted to look at the mental health section, but that was upstairs. I knew I didn't have much time. I only had about 10 minutes in that shop before I had to leave. So I thought, well, I'll just stay at the bottom of the shop. So I'm walking through. It's quite weird as I'm walking in, because there's 2 entrances or 2 exits, depending on what you want to call them, between the roads. And there's two roads kind of. There's 2 main, I guess, town roads, and Waterstones is between the 2. So you can go you can basically walk through the high street into a different road. Anyway, I think you probably understand what I mean. So I'm walking towards one of the entrances, and there's a woman and a man walking, and the woman's moaning, having a proper moan. Oh, I can't believe there was someone behind the counter with chewing gum in their mouth. Chewing gum in it. What's the world coming to? And I'm thinking, when I left the house today, the news just reminded me what was on the news. And she's worried about someone chewing gum. Okay, well, it's each to their own. And I'm thinking, I want to tell them. I want to go and see who's behind the counter and tell him that some woman was just moaning about her or him chewing gum. But then I thought, well, what's the point in that? What's the benefit? There's none really, is there? It's like, yeah. So, plus they were busy at the counter, so I just left it. And I looked around and thought, because they've got educational stuff in the first part, so I'll quickly run past that, hold my hands up so I can't see any of the books, especially the mathematical books. And then I get to the fiction. I mean, there is a health section, like diet and stuff, which probably, I got a slight tingle of interest in dieting. Not dieting as in losing weight and stuff, although, it can always be useful. But from a healthy perspective. a healthy diet, something that would give me the proper correct vitamins and all that stuff. And Vinny is practically in my face right now. Honestly, he's just staring at me. I don't quite know what he wants. So I'm looking around and I'm looking at the books on the shelves, and then they have tables where they put, I suppose, books that they're promoting or whatever. So I see this book and it's got what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Anyone? Oh, I do know his name, don't worry. He was in Peep Show. Peep Show. Okay, everything but the actual names of the people. David Mitchell. So David Mitchell in the Peep Show. And he's been in loads of different things since then. So I was like, there was a book there which had him, like he wrote it. Well, it was David Mitchell. So I'm thinking, because I like the way he talks and the way he I find him very funny as a person. Not just when he's doing scripted stuff, but also he's just seems naturally good at ad-libbing and a funny person. Well, I thought, you know what I mean? I thought, And so I picked it up, and it was a book called something or other. A very thick old book. Really thick. And suddenly I hear this voice saying, "Oh, that's a really good book." And I'm like, And it's like, I'm not saying that he appeared out of nowhere, because the counter was like really quite close. But there's a bloke there, just like, and he starts trying to sell me the book. So it was nice. He was a very friendly person. And really selling it, you know, like he said he loved the book and went into detail, and it was, you know, he's very knowledgeable about the book. And but I wanted him to go away. I don't mean it's horribly, just I only had 10 minutes and I wanted to have a quick look around, and I spent 5 minutes talking about a book that I wasn't going to buy, because halfway through the conversation I found out that it wasn't the David Mitchell that I thought. It was a different David Mitchell, an author, but David Mitchell has already also written books. David Mitchell, author, okay. So David Mitchell, author. Oh, he's a year older than me. That's nice. So he wrote wow, he's written about autism. That's interesting. Yeah. His first novel was called Ghostwritten in 1999. So the one I was looking at was called Cloud Atlas from 2004, and it was turned into a film apparently. So 2012. I mean, maybe I should have got it, but I needed to. I'll be honest. I didn't have my glasses on me. I wanted to have a little read, just read a couple of pages and stuff to see whether it was something that would interest me. And he wasn't leaving me alone. I tried to hide behind a book, that didn't work. And that's when you realise, like, oh, I wish I'd brought my invisible coffee flask. Because then you can just unscrew the top, you know what I mean, and get your little invisible cup out and pour it in and that. Maybe have your invisible dog say, shh, 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 sit. That usually does a trick and they leave. But I said it was lovely. I just didn't have the time. The thing is, if I go into a bookshop, I can't have a time limit, because maybe not that bookshop, because it's not a big bookshop, but some of the big bookshops in London, because there's a road in London just round the corner from Tottenham Court Road tube station. Come out of Tottenham Court Road tube station, McDonald's is opposite, Virgin Megastore used to be opposite, it might be HMV now, I don't know if it's still there, but turn right out of the station, then turn right again, and then that road that leads down towards where the Theatreland is there used to be about 5 bookshops down there, and Black's, Foyle's, which was pretty much the most famous bookstore in the country, I do believe, one of the oldest, if not the oldest. Don't know if it's even still there. So I used to go there, Foyle's and Black's, Books, etc., Waterstones, and I'm sure there was another one. There probably was another one, I just can't remember the name of it. But I'd be in there for hours, like going between the 3 or 4 bookshops, and I loved it. Honestly, hours. And even when I moved away from London, I'd go back on payday or pay weekend, go up to London, and I'd buy sometimes like a couple of £100 worth of books. I think the most I spent was like £250 once, and I just had these like 2 or 3 bags of books and brought them home to add to my collection. And no, I didn't read them. What's it got to do with you? If I read them or not. No, I probably... The thing is, with like textual books or textbooks, encyclopedias, dictionaries, a lot of that stuff is not necessarily something you're just going to read, but it's handy for information. So, for example, if I wanted to do a hypnosis session for, I don't know, just an addiction to buying kittens or something, I don't know, as an example, then I would look that up, and maybe I'd find that eventually if I looked through all the books. Now it's a lot easier with the internet, and also with AI, to find stuff which, in the 90s pretty much dependent upon books. In the 2000s, the internet, I mean, the stuff I had in my books and what was available on the internet, it wasn't there. because it was such some of it was so I don't want to say high tech, but so, I don't even know if academic is the correct word. Weird, maybe. But a lot of the stuff wasn't online because people didn't want to share it online. Hypnotherapists wanted, or hypnotherapist trainers, they wanted to charge for information on hypnosis. They didn't want it freely available for people to find online. But now with AI, it does help to know what you're looking for, to be honest. And, you know, when it comes to, if I was looking for something to do with, I don't know. Okay, let's have a look. If I bring up, where's the questions? Q&A Fridays, questions. I know that's what happens when I don't make a recording for a little while. I just have all this stuff I want to talk about. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Okay, so if I write into ChatGPT, tell me everything about eye accessing cues and chronic pain relief. So this is not something that someone would probably ask a question about unless you have to know. I guess you have to know what it is first, which makes sense, doesn't it? In the same way as if you're an engineer, I wouldn't be able to ask not even the simplest engineer question other than, tell me about wheels, what's an engine, you know. So tell me everything about eye accessing cues and chronic pain relief. Eye accessing cues are a concept most commonly associated with Richard Bandler, John Grinder, blah blah blah, NLP. Okay, so I know all that stuff. The model is not universal. Okay, good. So eye accessing cues and chronic pain relief. Oh, this is interesting because that's very good. See, this is stuff that I didn't know about. Okay, and then basically it's just going through the history of it. So EMDR seems to have kind of come from eye accessing cues, because EMDR, if I'm right, is where you move your eyes around side to side, and I've not studied it, but I know the bare basics. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this. See, this is what really fascinates me, because that's another issue. If I could finish a sentence. I still like to, because like with my mouth, I didn't really class that as chronic pain. It's acute pain. It's an injury. You know, injury from having a tooth out. If it continued, like in a month's time, then it's chronic pain, and there's no reason for it to be there. So, at the moment, you need to have a degree. I need to have a degree of pain, not now, but when I had the tooth out, I needed to have some a warning to be careful with that part of the mouth. It's just a protection thing. And I kind of still need that a little bit, because if I start just eating on that side of the mouth, I could actually damage that area and open it up. So I have to be very careful. Eat on my right side. But I know that. I'd like, do I really need to be reminded of that? Although I'm not complaining now, because it's on the way to being mended. Oh, well, you can now listen to a sleep recording without hearing about dentists. That would be nice. No wonder I've only got like 3 people listening to me every day. So, let's have a look. Let's have a look now. Now. Anyway, I've kind of got off subject a little bit, so what I'll do is let's have a look at the questions. Our boxing's on tomorrow. It's a really good bill, like really, really good bill. So I'm pleased about that. Gonna watch that. I don't know when time it starts, because it's in Egypt. So I don't know if Egypt are ahead or behind. No idea. In fact, what time does Egypt boxing start? UK boxing. What? Oh no, 23rd of May. What time does the boxing start in the UK? 4:30 AM. What? When is that then? It says the 23rd. It's only 22nd. Boxing tonight. Oh. No, this is an American. Okay, so tonight there's boxing on in America. So 22nd of May. So that'll be on, the main fight will be on, it's a middleweight, IBF final eliminator, Jones against Gautieri, 4:30 in the morning. So there's a chance I'll be awake for that, I don't know. I'll be in bed by 10 tonight, which I'm always in bed by 10, usually on a Friday. Okay, so Saturday, Usyk. Oh, it's 4 p.m. From 4 p.m. Usyk against Verhoeven. So Usyk, who's a heavyweight champion of the world, he is fighting Verhoeven, who is a big name in kickboxing. I'd never heard of him before. Although I did watch one of his fights earlier on YouTube, and he's a handful, and he's very fast hands, very fast, and very jittery as well, if that makes sense. Kind of like he's, I don't know, it doesn't seem to let you know where the punches are going to come next from. But the undercard is really good. In fact, there's not one fight that I don't want to watch, apart from the one that I don't want to watch. There is there's a female fight that I'm probably not that bothered about, Hiruta against Solomon. But apparently they kept, I saw the press conference, and they were introducing Hiruta as the pound for pound best female boxer in the world. So I've not heard of her before, so perhaps I need to do a bit of research there. There's a heavyweight fight, Sanchez against Torres Jr. Sanchez, they're both big names. Well, Sanchez is a big name in the heavyweight division, and Torres Jr. is like up and coming. So he's unbeaten. So it'd be interesting to see that one. Shiraz against Begic. So that's for super middleweight title. Shiraz, he's really good. Yeah, I mean, his last, Hamza Shiraz, so he's got 22 fights with 1 draw. His last fight, I mean, he gets a lot of knockouts as well. He's number 2 with the WBO, 10 with the ring. So this last fight was July. Blimey, it's nearly a year ago. And he knocked out Edgar Berlanga, which was Edgar Berlanga was not someone that would go down easy like that. Not that he went down easy, but I don't think anyone expected a knockout like that. And it was phenomenal. Really phenomenal. So he's fighting. I thought he was fighting for the... I don't know. I thought someone was fighting for a world title. And then Catterall is fighting Gyazov. And Catterall is a big name as well. He's unbeaten. Blimey. No, not he's the Sharam Gyazov. He's unbeaten. And stopped 10. Okay. So that should be good as well. Catterall he's one of the best boxers I've seen. When he's on ball, when he's really on it, he's really on it. So fast, so one of the cleanest punches. A little bit like Devin Haney, as far as clean punches go, or some of the best boxers in the world have that, where when they score, everyone can see that they've scored because it's so clean. Devin Haney has it. Jack Catterall, of course, as I said. Just trying to think out of all the different people. Few all rankings. Okay, what I'll go through the heavyweights. Probably Alexander Usyk. You can tell when he's scored. He's very clean. Hergovic is pretty clean. Utama as well. Then you got cruiserweight Jaya Pataya. The audience can see when he actually connects, because usually they fall onto the canvas. So very clean puncher. Benavides, my favourite boxer in the world, pretty much. He's very clean, yeah. So I think the ones that are at the top quite often are you can see the punches. So if it does go the distance, then they're kind of, it's easier for the judges to do it. Dmitry Bivol was, again, it's another one who's like really clean fighter as far as people can see. Does that make sense when I say clean? I don't mean clean as in like had a bath, but because maybe I don't know. Sometimes it can get scrappy, like all punching each other, and you can't see if they've even hitting each other. It can just be a bit like a cartoon, almost like this like dust around them, swirling around as they're like, fighting. But to be able to do it, I don't know. It's like probably one of the best people, and he's pound for pound one of the best in the world, would be someone else. I can't remember now. I've lost the page. Never mind. So, Facebook. Also, I want to say thank you to Christine, Jodie and Cheryl for your kind words regarding me going to the dentist today. Thank you. So, any questions for this week's Q&A Friday, 22nd of May 2026? I do have some questions. Little bit late. As far as like an hour in, and I still haven't sort of started. I'm just building up to it. It's never too late for a good thing, is it? It's nice to build up and just take it slowly. You know what I mean? So, here we go. Cheryl, if you could have whatever you wanted for dinner, what would it be? Are there any really good restaurants nearby that you love? Well, it's interesting you say that, because it is getting time to eat soon. Good restaurants nearby. I'm not going to say that the restaurants are bad, because there's only one restaurant nearby, Indian restaurant, and I've been in there a few times and I liked it. But for me, going into an Indian restaurant, or any restaurant really, I'd want to be with someone. It might sound like a weird thing to say, because most people probably go to a restaurant with someone, but I can go into the Wimpy, I can go into the McDonald's on my own, I can go into cafes, coffee houses and stuff on my own. I don't want to go into a restaurant on my own, because I've always gone with someone, and usually a restaurant is something that I would do on a date. Not always, but so going into an Indian restaurant, normally it'd be, in fact I'm saying normally, probably thinking about it, most of the times I've been into an Indian restaurant, it hasn't been on a date, it's been with friends. There goes that theory. I don't think I've ever been into a Chinese restaurant. Had loads of Chinese takeaways. Yeah. The weird, well, it's not weird, but when you said that about like having something for dinner, anything you could have, an omelette and chips from the Chinese takeaway. That's what I'm thinking now. I got a little, but I might try and get something out of the freezer and cook that instead. Maybe have a pizza and some onion rings or something. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting a little peckish. Peckish. Yeah, when I was in town, sometimes I go into ZZ, the pizza place. There was a place, it wasn't in town, but it was like halfway between town and where I live now, called, is it Ben and Jerry's, or Ben and Jen and Berries or something? That was nice. It's closed down now. It's something completely different now. But that was nice. I used to like going in there. I didn't go in there often, but it was always busy. So I don't know what they did well, not what they did, but I don't know what happened for it to close down. But I went in there a few times actually over the years. There is a, there's quite a few farm centres or garden centres around here, And I think that's the same across the entire country. Lots of garden centres, and I don't know, but I think quite a few of the garden centres have restaurants. I know the one near where I live does. And so I go in there sometimes. They have, quite a nice cake selection. You can get breakfast before 11:30, and you can get like lunch after that time. And they also do sandwiches and stuff. But last time I went in there, I just wasn't really hungry. It wasn't long since I'd eaten. And I saw my dad, and he had something to eat, and I was like, don't really fancy that. I think if you had a burger, I might have thought, but you didn't want that. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too early for me, because we went in at 11, and then we could have got breakfast, to be fair, but we didn't. Yeah, we could have got breakfast. Why didn't we get breakfast? That could have been juicy. Never mind. So yeah, there's not really anything around here. I don't go to restaurants really. I mean, technically the garden centre is a restaurant. It is a restaurant within the garden centre. It's just, it's open during the day. I kind of think of restaurants open in the evenings and, a place to socialise, and it's a little bit different. It's just a different type of restaurant, isn't it? It's a traditional restaurant, I guess. I don't know if I could have whatever I wanted for dinner, what would it be? I mean, that's going to change whenever you ask me. It'll be different in 20 minutes to what it is now, probably. But right now, kebab, maybe? I don't know. No, an omelette and chips. Maybe an omelette and rice. Yeah, I'm not really big on chips anymore. I never really have been a big chip fan, really. Not for decades, but maybe an omelette. It's like from the Chinese takeaway. An omelette and rice. Egg fried rice. Ooh. Yeah. So the next question, you got me hungry now. Angie asks me, how did you decide to do sleep podcasts? I'll read the rest. Do you consider the profound effect that this may have, that you may have? I asked because I started listening to you over 4 years ago, when my husband suddenly passed, and I needed something to help me sleep. You, Vinny, and Logie helped keep me sane and helped me ease into the sleep I wouldn't have gotten. Now I still have comfort in hearing your podcasts. Angie, that's lovely. Honestly, thank you so much for those kind words. That's what makes it worthwhile, hearing things like that. It's like, wow. It's almost like, who are you talking about? It can't be me. But yeah, honestly, I'm really pleased that I was, or am continuing to be able to be of use, helpful. My words have gone. So I'll go back. How did I decide to do sleep podcasts? I didn't start out, because really podcasts weren't really kind of a thing. They were a thing, but they weren't a popular thing. So in 2006, when I started out, I decided to make videos and audios and upload them. Well, I started making videos and uploading them onto MySpace. At the time, I was doing group sessions, group relaxation sessions at a alcohol charity, and also at a drug rehab centre. 2 different places. So I basically just sit there, have a crowd. I'd have a group of people. Sometimes it'd be 6 people, sometimes it'd be 20 people, sometimes it'd be 3, you know, like however many people turned up, including staff. And I just lead them through a relaxation session for probably a half an hour, 40 minutes. And I'd go once a week or twice a week, depending when I could go, usually once a week. And because at this time I was, what was I doing? I was doing it on a Monday night. That's it, I was doing it on a Monday night. So it was only a small group of people to start with. And then when I went part-time in my job, I started doing it in the afternoons to a larger amount of people. So yeah, I was doing that, and then people started asking me, why can't we, you can listen to you do it, but it'd be nice to listen to you at home. And I thought, oh, okay, well, I don't want to go around your house. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that out loud, but I thought, what can I do? And someone said, well, can't you do a CD? So I started to make CDs. With the help of the charity, they printed off CDs, and I recorded it. Very bad recording, very bad quality. Uploaded it onto a CD, printed it and everything, or digitally, I mean, and then gave the CDs away. But we were getting through a lot of them. A lot. To the point where they just couldn't really afford to keep doing it, because they weren't charging anything. So I decided, well, I'll put them on my website. Have them for people to listen to. And at this point, I was also, anyway, I was recording every time, because I was recording my recordings anyway, and I was posting them onto MySpace. So I kind of started off just making recordings in my bedroom and making videos, and then extracting the audio from the video and making it as an audio as well on MySpace. And then some of this may not be in the right order, just to let you know that. So I was doing that, and then so I was doing that, and I think I'm not sure if there was any podcasts that were like, because podcasts, although it had been around, there was podcasts that had a little bit of a popularity in 2004, and then it kind of went away a bit, and then it had a resurgence probably about 2007, and I was kind of on that wave. So I joined a podcast website or podcast app. It wasn't called an app at the time, it was just a website. Which you could access on your phone and stuff. Was it an app? I don't know. Probably cool. It probably was an app, wasn't it? But anyway, it was a podcast, and it's called freepodcast.com. So I just started uploading all the old stuff, and back then I can remember thinking, oh, I've got 12 recordings. Wow. I got 12 recordings. I do more than that in a week sometimes. Not often, but like 12 recordings is nothing, is it? I've got thousands and thousands now. But I'd be uploading them. And every time I made a recording, I'd upload them. And so I had my space for the videos and the recordings, the audios, and I had the podcast for the audios. Now both of those sites were going well. The downloads on MySpace were going really well. Like, I was getting thousands of watches on my videos, and I couldn't believe it. Like, why are people watching my videos? Now MySpace was predominantly for, it was created for musicians, but before Facebook it was the main social networking site in the world. It was the most popular one in the world at the time. Huge it was. Huge. And so I was getting a lot of traffic, but I wasn't just getting a lot of people watching. I was also getting pretty much only positive feedback, which you imagine in this day and age, or even the last 20 years online, to just get positive feedback, it sounds like a lie, doesn't it, really? But it's partially true. It might be a lie. I'm pretty sure I got a lot of positive stuff, because I think if I'd got loads of negative feedback right at the beginning, I don't know if I'd have continued. So I was very lucky that MySpace existed, because YouTube was not the most, I mean, I used to get positive feedback on YouTube, but when I started posting, but it's also, had the negative stuff as well. So I was on MySpace, I had loads of people, I think one of my videos hit about 50,000 views. I was like, I could not believe it. And at the beginning of 2008, my podcast had reached over 100,000 for the podcast. It might have been more than 100,000, but it was at least 100,000. And I remember just feeling so good, just like, wow. But then that podcast kind of came to an end, because they didn't have, I think I probably just took up too much space. And podcasting kind of popped again. It just became less. So for a short period, podcasting became popular, and then people lost interest, seemed to lose interest, as they had done in the early 2000s. So, but by this stage, I'd moved from MySpace, because MySpace kind of disintegrated as soon as Facebook opened. Like, everyone seemed to just migrate towards Facebook. And then YouTube was there. So Facebook was good for sharing stuff. YouTube was good for uploading stuff, but not audios. So I had to look for alternatives. Once I got to 2008, probably after about 3 or 4 months into that year, my podcast they'd stopped doing the stats, and they'd stopped allowing uploads. It kind of came to an end. So I started to look for other podcast hosts, and there was still a few free ones, but there was it wasn't getting, they just weren't, podcasting just wasn't popular anymore. I had a little bit of a big thing, and then it's kind of disappeared almost. And loads of podcast sites just went. They're offering free podcast space and stuff, which was annoying, because I would have actually paid cash money to have my podcast kept, because I lost a lot of recordings when they stopped, because I couldn't even download them. Couldn't upload anything, couldn't download the ones I got, didn't have any backups saved, and I lost a lot of stuff. So, I mean, none of it was good necessarily, not good quality audio, but it would be nice nostalgically, I guess, just to listen back to it and think, well, just maybe think to myself, oh, can't believe I've not improved in 20 years. Maybe. I don't know. And so YouTube took over from the video aspect of that, and I found a podcast. I think I was using, I think SoundCloud. That was one of the ones that I used, although I don't think that was the first one. I found a few different ones, and so I pretty much tested out most of the different podcast hosts over that period. Over the years, pretty much nearly every podcast host I've actually signed up to, just to see kind of if they're any good, because I wasn't only looking for somewhere to store my recordings. That's not really of much use to me. I was looking for somewhere for people to listen to my recordings. So I was looking for an audience, and the free podcast host, the original one I had a huge audience, and all the other podcast hosts that I was using had audiences. And this is before I kind of really got into the whole Apple podcast. Well, Apple Podcasts didn't exist back then. It was Apple Music that had podcast sections, and then over time, things changed, as they always do. So, I mean, I was 2000. So I ended up using SoundCloud for quite a few years. Just SoundCloud on its own, and then I moved to Spreaker, and then I moved back to SoundCloud. I kept kind of changing over what I wanted and stuff. So now I've also tried others out at the same time during these last 10, 11 years. So now I've got two Spreaker hosting packages, and I've also got two accounts. One's for the Let Me Bore You to Sleep, and one's for the sleep hypnosis thing. So there's two of those, but I've also got Spreaker as well, which also has those podcasts on. It's just some places they'll only play the Spreaker ones, and some places will only play or list the SoundCloud ones for some reason. So I just kept that all together, and my dominant one has been Spreaker for the last 8 or 9 years, and it's been all right. I mean, so far, since March 2008, I have had downloads, so that's basically people listening. Downloads, I've had 15,515,897 downloads. But with SoundCloud, I've had, since 2016 on this one, so since 2016 I've had about 3.5 million between the two. So yeah, was that 3.5? So it's getting on to like 18, 19 million in 8 years, 9 years, 8 years, I don't know. So yeah, I'm fairly pleased with that. But then there's that whole period before as well, because I've been doing this for 20 years. So I probably reached definitely 20 plus million downloads or plays, audio wise, since I started. Maybe 25 million, maybe. It's hard to know. I've had so many podcasts over the years, so many that I've deleted, and just, there's a lot. I mean, I remember I forget the name of the place. There was this podcast thing that I used to use, and I forgot about it. And I used to use it, I used to pay for it. It was £48 a month, and this was 15 years ago. And they had a good audience, and I used to get really good stats on there. So I was pleased with that. But then I decided to change, because it was a bit too expensive, because I was at university, I think, at the time. So I thought, I need to get something a bit cheaper. So what I did is I opened some accounts with that same place and uploaded the minimum amount, so that you get free, a certain amount free. Podomatic, that's it, Podomatic. Wow. It's not even coming up anymore. Don't tell me it doesn't exist. Oh, it does exist. Oh, it does. Wonder how much it costs now. Oh, it's not letting me go in. So if I put Podomatic and then just put my name, maybe something will come up. Jason Newland. Oh, okay. Chronic Pain Tuesday. So let's open this up. Chronic Pain Tuesday. Uploaded 2017. So some of these, oh blimey, November 2018. So this is 6-5. So I've hardly any on there of like actually I've listened. But I didn't go on here for like 6 years. And a couple of my podcasts, even though I'd only put in, I shrunk down the podcasts so they were smaller, like size-wise. Not length-wise, but just the file size. And I put them, uploaded them. And just forgot all about it. And between them, there was like about 350,000 downloads. Wow, this is interesting. I didn't know this. So when I uploaded this 30-day relaxation plan course, this 30-day relaxation course was recorded by hypnotist Jason Newland in 2011. It had 150,000 downloads when Jason removed it in 2017. Now it's back for your relaxation pleasure. Wow. Yeah, so that was one of the ones. But now, some of them have got like 1, 2, 3. Because once I'd taken it off and re-uploaded it, it didn't get anything. But it generally had 150,000 downloads. Isn't it weird? Just, that's the thing. Mess with stuff, and the whole thing can kind of fall down a bit. And I've done a lot of that over the years. I kind of like played with stuff that didn't need playing with. Oh yeah, that was it. It was a 30-day relaxation plan and a 7-day insomnia cure. So the 7-day insomnia cure, I had even more. But now only a few downloads, 3 followers. Oh, okay, I was wrong, sorry. So it's got more. This one's got more downloads. So I uploaded this March 18, 2018. So day 1's got 1043, day 2 558, then 483, 458, and day 7 419. So just there are different things. It's like, if that makes any sense. It didn't to me actually when I just read it back to myself. There are different things. What do you mean there are different things? Fall Asleep with Jason's 6-day course. I haven't visited this for ages and ages and ages. Right. So it's just, yeah, so Podomatic is one that I used to use. I wonder, start your free podcast. Okay, I don't know how much the cost is. It's not letting me know. I just want to try one more, see if there's any others. Because you think, that one that was 150,000 in 2018, that might be, you know, I guess it had a regular listenership. That could have gone on to be a lot by now. It's another 8 years onwards, isn't it? Oh well. Oh well. Right, it's now disappeared. It's not doing anything. I think I've used up my... Why? Oh, never mind. So yeah, so back to the question. That's... I think once I... Oh, what's that? Once, I think 2007, again 2008 podcast seemed to take a bit of a dip, but I stuck with it. So a lot of companies lost, a lot of companies stopped doing it and they didn't offer the free ones anymore. And I don't think, not everybody was into podcasting enough to want to pay to use the services or to upload their own stuff. Or the podcast hosts that did offer free stuff, it'd be like half an hour a month or something, which some people would be fine with. It was never really enough for me. Never. So I remember in the past, like even 20 years ago, but like even like 15, 16 years, 5 years even, people say, why do you need help financially? Just use free services. If it's a free service for everyone else, you just use a free service. And, okay, right, let me just add up all the different recordings I've got and how many hours of space, digital space I take up. I mean, I'm amazed that Spreaker allow me to use up so much space. When you think every recording I make has 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So like nearly 20 hours, pretty much. No, 20, blimey, no, 10, 20, 30, over 30 hours every recording. So if I do an hour recording, that's 32 hours. Because 2 of the recordings, with and without music, 10 hours. Then you've got the 5-hour ones. So that's 30 hours. And then however long the recording is originally, with and without music. Now I'm amazed, honestly, that Spreaker allows me to put so much on there. Yeah, I am actually quite surprised. Yeah, so that's kind of how I did it, and I continued making audios, continued making videos. Although I did the audios, making the podcasts, and I continued doing that on Spreaker, not Spreaker, on SoundCloud, pretty much from 2000, I'd say probably 2010, maybe 2011, I was pretty much solidly on SoundCloud all the way up to 2015. Pretty much, I would say, yeah. But then in 2000, when I moved here, I began using Spreaker. I also use some others as well, but once I found Spreaker, I kind of stuck with them most of the time, because I don't know, I just liked them, just liked the way they work, and liked the system, and yeah, sort of stuck. It's good to stay with one person if possible, I think. Besides, I've used all the others pretty much. Hardly any that I've not actually tested, and I've tested them every year. I test probably 1 or 2. If there's a new one comes up, I look through it, see if it's viable, how much space I get, and the amount of ones that are around where I couldn't use anyway, because there's not enough space, there's not enough anything for what I need. But yeah, that was a long version of how I started, how I decided to do sleep podcast. The sleep podcast part, let's have another drink of water. In all honesty, I did not start out wanting to do sleep podcasts. I started out, not focusing on those, that's what I mean. My only interest really, as far as from a hypnosis perspective, was chronic pain. Now, I was doing relaxation sessions in groups because I was asked to do that. And I was quite successful, according to the people listening. So I continued doing it. And then I started putting stuff online so people could, so that audience could listen, and more people listened and all that stuff. But the sleep stuff people asked for. I did do some sleep stuff early on, but it was just like pain relief, sleep, relaxation. That's the 3. And I'll do that, and then I didn't know how it was going to go. That's like 2006. And it went well enough for me to continue. But the sleep stuff is what's been the most popular. out of everything I've done, the sleep podcasts have been the most popular thing I've done. And I've made loads of chronic pain relief sessions, and I mean, that was my only interest, really. That was my main interest, in helping people with pain. And it's probably my least popular recordings to the public. But the sleep recordings, for some reason, I just seem to have either the correct voice or the correct energy, or I don't know, something that sends people bye-byes. And what started me doing the Let Me Bore You to Sleep recordings is, now I used to make a video every now and then, like an update video, where I just tell the audience on YouTube what I'm doing. You know, if I'm working on a certain hypnosis course that I'm going to release, or if I've just moved home, or how the university course is going, all that stuff. And then I started calling it Jason Chats. So it's like a regular vlog. Not regular as in any particular day, just whenever I wanted to, really. And then in 2011, I was doing the Jason Chats and stuff, and I met Boston Chickie online, and she invited me to a thing that was like making podcasts or vlogs every day for the whole year. So I joined that with the intention of doing that. I didn't do it in the end. I didn't accomplish it, but I did start out, and kind of became kind of a part of a community that was all doing that. So, and I found it quite interesting seeing people just talking about their lives, and I don't know, that was a weird part of my life, a weird period, but every year's weird. They're all weird for some reason. I mean, this year's already been weird. This week's been weird, but for me that is. So I've forgotten what I was talking about. What I wanted for dinner. Yeah, someone said to me, you know, when I listen to your Jason Chats, or when I watch you on YouTube, I always fall asleep. That's a message they posted. You always bore me to sleep. And I thought, now I don't know if this, I think you're so boring, you send me to sleep. That's it. Your Jason Chats are so boring, you always send me to sleep. Now, I didn't take it as a compliment, because the Jason Chats were not supposed to be boring or sleep recordings. They were supposed to be me being myself, talking about my life. They weren't supposed to be boring. They were me. Okay, I wasn't trying to be exciting. You know what I mean? I wasn't trying like, hey, everyone, let's jump up and down and juggle. No. But I didn't really think that I was coming across as boring. But anyway, this person said that, and I started thinking, like, maybe there's something in that. Maybe, just maybe. And this is at the point where I'd been doing sleep hypnosis recordings for years and years and years. So 12 years, just trying to work it out. I've been doing these for 8 years. So at that point, I've been making sleep hypnosis recordings for 12 years, as well as relaxation, pain relief, stop smoking, a few other bits and bobs, and some other things I kind of tested and tried out. So I thought, I thought I'd give it a go. Why don't I try? And this is the very first recording is like this, where I start off like this, just talking, and gradually go slower, and work into a hypnosis recording for sleep. And that's what I thought I was going to do. And then I realised that didn't really suit me. To go, I'd done something similar before to that, which I didn't call boring or anything. I just hypno chats, I think I called them, and I would talk about a subject and then lead into hypnosis. And I did them in 2011 and 12. So they were quite, I liked them. The audience didn't, but I did. They're locked away in a vault somewhere, never to be seen again. And I thought, so to be boring, what have I got to do to be boring? Now, I kind of didn't really take on what that person's written, is the fact that they weren't saying that I was doing anything. I was just being myself, and I was being boring. Just me, myself was boring. That person to sleep. And I didn't want to really believe that, I don't think. I thought, okay, I'll do a boring to sleep. I will actually put on some kind of not a persona, but I'd talk, and then I'd start to slow it down, or really focus on the most minuscule, pointless thing in the room, or focusing down to an object and stuff like that, which again is going back to very much kind of hypnotic-y stuff. And I wasn't sure what to call it, so I called Let Me Bore You to Sleep. I can honestly tell you, I did not know there were any other boring podcasts out there. I didn't know. I did no research. It wasn't like I was trying to build an empire, I just called it Let Me Bore You to Sleep and started making recordings. There are other podcasts out there, and there's one that's been around longer than me called Bored to Sleep or something, and someone, Ackerman I think his name is, and I remember someone, some website reviewed my website, reviewed my podcast a couple of years in to doing it, and they said that I was just copying this bloke. So I listened to this bloke, and I'm nothing like him. Nothing. There's like zero similarity between me and him. And we don't sound the same, we don't talk about the same things. Everything is different. I'm not comparing in a sense of who's better. It's just he's way more popular than I am, but we're nothing like each other. And there's enough room in the world for a few. There's a lot more boring podcasts now than there ever used to be. when I started, after I read that review saying he's just copying this bloke, I thought, perhaps I should have done a bit of market research before I started doing this podcast. And then I saw that there was a few, like boring, not many, but a few podcasts aimed at boring people to sleep. But then, when I started posting hypnosis videos, I didn't know anyone else was doing them. There was no one else doing them on MySpace as far as I know. And then YouTube came along and I posted my old ones onto YouTube and started posting new ones onto YouTube. I didn't know that anybody else in the world was doing hypnosis videos. How it might sound weird, and it's not like, oh, I'm so special. I had no idea, because I didn't do any research. YouTube was a very difficult place to navigate back then, and I was only really focused on what I was doing. You know, I was one of the originals anyway, at least. Not many people started before I started doing. I think 2007 I started on YouTube, and I don't think you'd find anyone that started before that time, or you'd find it hard to when it comes to the YouTube hypnotists. And I think some people even got motivated by me to start their own hypnosis YouTube channels, or even to train in hypnosis. So it's kind of quite nice. I mean, I had one person contacted me, this is a long time ago, like 2009, and he said he was doing his doctorate and he wanted to use my material in his doctorate. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to say no. I had a DJ from Croatia asked me permission to use my voice in a couple of his songs. I said, okay. I'm not going to say no to that. That's groovy. He sent me them as well. I haven't got them now, but I used to have them. And it was like house music, really full on, but you'd hear my voice. Oh, close your eyes and stuff like that. It's like counting down. And it's like, wow. So, yeah, it's just some little memories over the years. I remember I had a really, one of my biggest fans, like a long time ago, Angela. She took me on holiday with her on her iPod, is it iPod? And she basically on a cruise. She kept sending pictures to me. I think it was either on Facebook, not Facebook, yeah, Facebook, or email or something. And just pictures of her, and then pictures of an empty chair, but with the iPod on the chair, or by the swimming pool, on the beach and stuff like that. That was funny. She was one of my first big fans. I really, really loved what I did. I haven't heard from her in years. I've got no idea. I lose track of people sometimes. I get so caught up in what I'm doing, I guess my own life as well at times, that I haven't always got my eye on, like, I can't keep track of everything, you know, in all reality. I'm just grateful for anyone that does listen, because without you there'd be no me, really. Josephine, alright, so yeah, then I ended up doing a sleep podcast, and because they'd been the most popular, then I ended up doing the Let Me Boy to Sleep, and I moved away from trying to make it hypnosis into just letting it be what it is. Organically became this whatever this is, just a friendly voice, hopefully, to listen to at the end of the day. Comfort, hopefully, although I do talk about stuff that maybe is not always the most relaxing. I don't intend to do that, but sometimes life can be real, can't it? So it's just documenting my life, probably more my mind than my life, but my mind and my life being documented for the sake of boringness. And I mean, I could have just as easily called like a tedium for sleep, or my tedious life. It could be lots of different things I could have called this, but basically let me bore you to sleep, because that YouTube message told me that I bored someone to sleep talking about my life, which I found kind of funny, but in some level, but not completely. So Josephine asks, what would your ideal day out be? Not in any if money was no object kind of way, realistic budget kind of day out. Okay. It's very difficult because I don't go out. I can't remember the last time I went out for it, like on a day out. My answer would have been London. So if you'd asked me this question 10 years ago, no, not 10 years ago, 20 years ago, if you'd have said ideal day out, I'd have said train to London, bookshops, have a little walk around, go down Leicester Square. Well, Leicester Square, I used to love Leicester Square at night, and then go to a comedy club. So have a hotel booked for the night. So go to London for the day, hang around, probably go to McDonald's or whatever, and then buy some books. Maybe go to the cinema if I want to kind of fit lots in, and then have and then go to the comedy club in the evening, which is now closed anyway, and then go to the nightclub upstairs afterwards, and go back to the nightclub. Go back to the hotel, and come home on the Sunday, I suppose. So that would have been one of my good weekends, like a day out. I mean, the hanging around Leicester Square early hours of the morning, I mean, it's probably something I'm never going to do again, unless I got a hotel in Leicester Square or near Leicester Square and was in London for the weekend. Vinny wants my attention now, even though you've not touched your food. Have you not touched your food? Oh, I left him today. I had to leave him when I went out to the old dentist, and I recorded him the whole time. On and off for 17 minutes he was howling. I was gone for over 2 hours. I left at just after 9, about 9:30, got back just before 12. So 17 minutes is quite a lot of time, isn't it? Especially if you imagine if you was downstairs or you was a neighbour listening to that, he was howling for hours, because it probably felt like hours, when actually it was it wasn't a lot, it was a small percentage of the time I was away, but still, it's still a long time. So I wasn't best pleased with that, if I'm honest with you. And I know, he's got to do what he's got to do, but I left him yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away. I forgot what I was saying. I had just had a message come up on my phone. I got distracted. Sorry. So my ideal day out. Yeah, I think I would book a hotel. But a day out. It shouldn't be hard to answer, should it really? But I've not really done anything for years. I seem to spend the last 20 years, or 25 years, blimey, ridiculous, can't believe it, either working all the time, so not really having the time to do anything, or having the time but no money to do anything. There's been a few periods when I've been okay for both, but you've really caught me off guard with that one. What would be my ideal day out? I suppose really it'd be, if I was in a relationship, probably going on a date. I mean, right now, my ideal day out would be going visiting my nan, but I can't do that because she's not here anymore. But that was something I used to look forward to doing. That was a nice day out, so I'd go. Sometimes I'd just go for a long walk all around the fields before visiting her, or I'd go on the beach, go for a long walk before visit. Just have the day out and spend a few hours with her, but also spend a bit of time near the beach and stuff. Or better still, when she was able to kind of get around, I used to go down with her. I used to go down to the beach with her. We'd go to a cafe and go for long walks along the prom together. I used to like that. Yeah. So yeah, none of it would require any money really, because I've never been in. I mean, I know a lot of things can cost money, but for me, I wouldn't want to go to London and buy lots of books anymore. I wouldn't want to go. I mean, getting to London would cost money, of course, but a day out probably wouldn't involve London now. It'd probably be... Wow, I didn't think that would be a hard question to answer. Not that I read the question beforehand either, but I just... you'd think it'd be easy, wouldn't you? Because I've been solitary for so long, and even 20 years ago, I'd be out on my own, unless I had a girlfriend at the time. So I'd go to the cinema on my own. I'd go into a cafe or a coffee place on my own. I mean, I'd meet with friends and stuff as well, but yeah. I haven't given a very good answer to that question, but I can't think of a good one. Sorry. Shanthony, what was your worst job? Wow. How long you got? To choose one, to choose a worst job. Okay. I'm not going to choose the chip shop because it wasn't the worst job. It was the worst paid job, but it wasn't the worst job. it was a smelly job. For some reason, because if you work somewhere that's, I had both the fish side, like the raw fish in the kitchen, and then the cooking side. So I kind of just smelt, all my clothes smelt really bad, and those were the days where I couldn't wash my clothes every day, and I didn't have lots of different clothes to wear. So I was kind of wearing the same jeans every day, and they were just coated in batter and grease and potato peeling and all kinds of stuff. And yeah, but it wasn't the worst job. It's not sounding good, is it? But it wasn't the worst job. And the worst job, I mean, I've not really liked any of the jobs I've had. Apart from, I mean, I liked being a DJ, but that wasn't a job. That was like more just helping a friend out, and you know, he'd give me dinner and drinks and stuff that for the evening, and pay for my taxis to get there home. So I wasn't getting paid, but it was just, he was basically doing me a favour really by offering me a chance to have a social life and to get out of the house. So that was technically the best job, being a DJ. So we're looking for the worst job, aren't we? The worst job, it's hard to choose one. It'd be easier to choose one that I liked. The worst job. Now, when I was a security guard, I had multiple different jobs within the company. So you could say, well, the security guard job was the job. But we had lots of different jobs. So whether it was working in a hospital, in a care home, securing all different places, like a grounds, building places, like the Royal Opera House. The new Royal Opera House at the time was being built in '97, and I was security there for a while. So there's lots of different places I was put. Probably the worst place I went to, there was two actually, or three. There's a four there. But one was in a gambling shop in the middle of nowhere in East London. Got dropped off there, and it was on a housing estate. And literally, I was standing at the door of this gambling shop. I was there because the previous security guard had been sent to hospital. Had a disagreement with someone didn't like him or whatever. So basically they were surrounding me, not physically poking me, but verbally trying to get a response so they could have some fun. And I didn't play their game. So they kept saying stuff like, what would you do if someone comes in here and they want to hold the place up? You know, they come with a gun and say, I'll hand over all the money. What would you do? I said, I'd do nothing. But your job's to do something. I said, what, for the money I get? What would you do if some people started fighting? I'd do nothing. I knew I was only there for one evening. And like this, they kept poking like, what would you do if this happened? I ain't going to do nothing. You can all do what you want. You can set fire to the building, I don't care. Makes no difference to me. I probably didn't say that, but I might have done. Thinking how I was back then probably is something I would have said. Not something I should have said, but probably because I didn't care. I said, I'm going to do nothing. I'm getting paid like £2.50 an hour. Barely enough to live on. I'm not going to get in the way of people fighting. I'm not going to get in the way of a gun. I'm not going to... Why? What? For what? Pay me £100 an hour and you'll see a different version of me. But then I'll come in with a bulletproof vest on. You know? So it's... You get what you pay for, don't you? I suppose. So that was one of the worst jobs. But I also worked in a old people's home, which we used to call them then, residential home, I think they're called now. And the reason it was strange is, first of all, I was a cook. Bearing in mind that I wasn't a cook, but because I'd done catering, I went for the job, and I don't know why, but I got it. And the woman who was in charge of the kitchen was just not very friendly towards me. The people that lived there were not very friendly towards me because I kept making the porridge wrong. One pot of porridge, and every single person that had porridge wanted it different to the way I was making it. It was too salty, too sweet, too many prunes, you know, too much sand. So I couldn't win. And to top it off, the man that had dated my mother after, you know, she'd split from my dad, he was coming in every day, basically just winding me up. I didn't want to see him, and he kept coming in, just messing with my head, really. So I did my 2 weeks and then I left. You know, it was a mutual, like, you know, I think basically they told me, you're rubbish at this, and I said, I know. So that's definitely in the top 10. Putting stickers on bits of meat, that wasn't great. Unloading lorries, that wasn't great. Working inside a freezer, that wasn't great. Working inside a massive bakery where it was so hot all the time. Very hard. But I wasn't scared of hard work. It was very exhausting because of the heat more than anything. Having worked in an office that I was no good at, I started working there, and then the manager who gave me the job decided to take, well, not decided, but he kept taking time off, and he took time off, a long period of time off, and I was left there on my own, not knowing what I was doing. And so that was very difficult. And he did, I don't quite know what was going on with him because no one told me. I worked in a co-op, didn't like that. I was no good at that. Oh, the pub. Probably the pub's the worst one. The pub job I had was probably the worst job I ever had. Yeah. I was working in this pub. It was a bar, actually. It was in a fairly nice hotel. They had their own bar, but then there was this pub connected to it, and it was awful. The clients, just the patients, the clientele all the regulars anyway. It was awful. It was a really run down, rough pub. It was one of the roughest pubs in the town, if not the roughest pubs. And I don't know why. Why was it so rough? And how could a rough pub be connected to a nice hotel? I couldn't understand it. It was awful in there. It was just awful, really, really awful. And I did wonder, like, afterwards, thinking, well, that was a seaside holiday destination. So you imagine being on holiday, staying in one of the holiday camps, and walking down the beach, walking down the prom. So, oh, should we get a drink? Oh, yeah, I could do with a drink. It's a lovely summer's evening. It's 7:30, bright, sun's still out. Should we go for a drink? Oh, look at that! There's a lovely hotel there. Perhaps we should see if we go into a bar in the hotel. It's like, or we could just go to the bar next that's connected. There's a pub connected to the hotel. It must be lovely in there. It must be glorious. Glorious, glorious, glorious. A whole lot of glorious. A glory hole, you may say. And they step inside. The dankness. The dark souls looking at them from the tables and the bar. That's just the staff. Oh, it was... it closed down eventually. It had to. It was not nice in there. So yeah, that might be one of the ones I didn't like. That's near the top. Just trying to think other jobs. Road sweeping. Wasn't a big fan of that. Working in a laundry. Very hard. Again, it's not that I was not scared of hard work, but so hot. So very, very hot. Cleaning caravans. Yeah. The thing is very samey. It's, you know, once you've done one bed, you've done one toilet, it's like, oh, part of the satisfaction, I think, of housework, not that I'm a big fan of housework, but cleaning the bathroom. The good thing about cleaning the bathroom is when it's done. It wouldn't feel nice if I suddenly had to go and clean another toilet. And then another one, then another one, then another one. There's kind of no... For me, I didn't get any satisfaction or have time to feel good about what I'd done, or to have time to make it... I remember the word. This is the worst job I've had. I was a cleaner. The cleaning job was fine. I worked in a supermarket. It's very easy. Early morning, 2 hours, easy peasy. Loved it. Really simple job. But my manager came up to me and said, "Oh," I said, "Excuse me." He said, "Oh, Jason." I said, "Yeah. How would you like more work?" I was like, these sentences are lasting ages. What's going on? He said, "Well, basically, the bakery, because it was a supermarket, and then as you moved away inside the supermarket, a different section, there was a bakery with shutters down and like opened up, and there's bakery. They baked all their own stuff, and you could clean the bakery." I said, "Okay." I said, "Who normally does it?" He said, "Oh, I don't know, the other person left." Now, when I went in there, that floor... So I know I've been cleaning floors for a long time. I started off with cleaning jobs as a teenager. When I was sort of left school, I was doing cleaning jobs at 16, 17, and did them all the way up to my 30s. I know whether or not a floor has been cleaned recently. Even if it's dirty, I can see, like, if you look at my floor, it might be messy, but you know it's not been like this for years. I'm not saying that floor had been like that for years, but I'd worked in a bakery previous to that, and I knew what a bakery looks like at the end of a busy day, because I worked in a bakery in a restaurant, a big restaurant, and the floor would get caked with crust and all kinds of stuff, but not on that level. And I used to clean the floor in the bakery every day when I worked. That was part of the job. At the end, it's just clean up. This floor, I mean, literally, I'm sure my head was nearly, if I can get the sentence out, my head was nearly touching the ceiling, and the ceiling was about 7 foot off the ground. Honestly, that's how high the floor was, from crust and pastry and all kinds of stuff. So basically, they lied. They said, "Oh yeah, it was hasn't been done for a couple of days." It looked like it had never been done before. I mean, if a health and safety person had come along and seen that floor, because they must have been working with that floor like that for a while, they might well have closed the place down, you know. I don't know quite how it works, but so I saw it as a challenge. I was only supposed to be there for 2 hours. I think between 5 and 7. I was there till 10. And the next day, I went in. I was doing the mornings, and my supervisor didn't say anything until after I'd finished my shift, which was like 6. It was like 8:30 in the morning, so I did 2 hours. She came up and said, "Yeah, they don't want you back." I said, "Okay." They said, "You did a really bad job, didn't do it properly." And I just started laughing. "What are you laughing for?" I said, "Because it's just, I don't know. Bearing in mind, I know what I used to be like, but I don't have a memory of this, because the bakery was open at this point. Whether or not I went and had a little chat with the people in there and called them all liars, I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. It's maybe because I had the like little morning job. I didn't want to cause friction. But in a normal situation, I would have gone and queried what had been said. Queried it at the very minimum. Queried. Just trying to think. Whatever jobs. So that was awful. It was only a one-off, but I really put a lot of effort into that, and it didn't work out very well. I mean, I could say the worst job I had was insurance, because it made me ill. But then I suppose it's me that made me ill by pushing myself too much. And being in that environment was not good for me. Being in that kind of, just high energy, high whatever. No, it's not. I didn't know at the time, but yeah, it's not right for me. Working in retail. Now, I quite liked working, I didn't like the co-op. When I worked in the gift shop, I kind of liked the people, including the customers, but didn't necessarily enjoy the job, because it was either being on the till, that was cool and it was quiet, just chatting to someone if there was another person with me, but very boring, really boring when it's quiet, and too busy when it was busy. It was like it's either one or the other. Can't think of any others. There's probably one that I've so obviously missed out that I can't think about. I can't, like, for some reason, it's not coming into my head. Okay, the worst job I ever had was working on a reception for a children's charity, simply because the manager was horrible. And yeah, that was probably the worst job I had. Yeah, that was a very difficult experience. So yeah, that's probably the worst one. Even though I loved the charity and I was counselling for the charity beforehand and even afterwards, and I was volunteering in the office and everything was fine, but as soon as they gave me a job, she turned and went from being friendly to, wow, honestly, if I'd have recorded it, I could have got a huge compensation if I'd recorded some of the things she said to me. But hey ho, as they say. So I left that job, so I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I say that's probably the worst job, because of how it ended. And it was hard because, yeah, I probably have talked about it before, and I'll talk about it again one day. But yeah, it's a bad one to end on, isn't it? What was my worst job? But yeah, I've had not really liked any of them really. I prefer just to kind of get a job just watching telly and eating popcorn and chocolate. Not if you want to keep all your teeth. Can you imagine if you could actually take go back and take that advice? I remember when I was went round my girlfriend's flat when she moved to Derby, visited her. This is 91, 92, 93, I don't know, whenever. And I was just eating sweets, chocolate, whatever, and I offered her friend some chocolate, and she says, "No thanks, I'd like to keep my smile." And I thought, because she had like very white teeth, like big white teeth. I don't have big teeth anyway, but she had, like, teeth. And I'm thinking, yeah, if I'd have had that attitude back then, maybe I'd have a few more teeth. But then I'd have missed out on all that sugary goodness. Oh, all that sweet delight. So, this is me. I need to get some food, baby. Some food. So, I'd like to say thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And remember to be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself. because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down. Slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck,
feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body. Are also feeling peaceful, deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper, relaxing, so very slow. Your stomach peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace, drifting, mind just wandering away, to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful.
And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave
of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely, moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan and slowly up and down your back as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser. The muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. As you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders sends that deep healing message into your arms, and you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So, so calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. As the comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands, your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels fingertips. Moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 13. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 2. 1. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. Eight. 4. 3. Two. 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. And we're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip goes down to your knee joint. Now, this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles. The strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. Even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process. Something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go, completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1, and you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body, we're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number. starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. stuff. When you take that away, which is what we do, what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. It's very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 19. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind listen to my voice to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases, which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also what will happen. because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. Let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of kneading, if you wish, to really release release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist, stroking the inside of your arm, just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand, stretching the fingers gently, massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards. So massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine, and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis. I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I'll pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side. To the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading. Firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest, because it's all connected. The chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. and then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area, really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm going to go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently, massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle into your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, Starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next, moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention, but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side, gently massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button. And then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down. to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles general day-to-day stuff seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say, and then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. candle, 85. 82. 81. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. Candle 45. Candle 42. candle 37. 29. Candle 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 25. candle. 10. let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off, and feels so nice, knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. It feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate, tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really, because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp, where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and calmness. concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything so peaceful and calm, so relaxed with every second that passes. You feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, opening and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment, and just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists. Perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part is just above your hips, where your coccyx are, also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest, because it moves every time you breathe. you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement. Moving your focus into your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand It might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements, starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. It's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, the same feeling, almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. Of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling. In your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same, whether you're a man or a woman. There's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness, possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice, actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about, and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax, because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For relaxation to fill your body, maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away, drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream and continue to relax. Drifting in on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. count down from 10 down to 1, and with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed, just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small change in how you feel. 8 down to 7, that feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head, sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1 and re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. And that feeling is spread through your spine and your nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 all the way down to 1. That's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. 9. noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing